Please welcome a player emerging for one of the biggest matches of his life. It's his first time in a final for 8 years. What a run and what a week so far for Scotland's Anthony McGill. His opponent, bidding to complete ITV's Grand Slam after superb form all week. A world champion, a UK champion and a Masters winner. A class act on and off the bays. Here comes Shaun the Magician Murphy.
Good afternoon. This is what the whole week has been building towards. A fascinating final between an established winner in Shaun Murphy, albeit hasn't won a title, he's carried ranking points for 2 years, and a player who's been in the doldrums well and truly, Anthony McGill, down at 57 in the world when the event began, but he's found some golden form this week, looking to land by far his biggest title here today. The 40th anniversary of the British Open. Who's going to prevail? England v Scotland for the Clive Everton Trophy. Colin Humphries, the referee, the customary posing for photographs before the battle begins. They're going to play 8 frames this afternoon. It's first to 10, 100,000 to the winner. I'm sure it'll be a great match. Shaun Murphy's cued beautifully all week. Anthony McGill, in his quiet, understated way, has come through very impressively, particularly, I think, in the second half.
Thank you, ladies
the
and
semi-final
gentlemen.
yesterday against John Higgins. He played brilliantly.
Anthony McGill to break.
Here we go then. Frame 1 of a possible 19. The head-to-head does heavily favour Shaun Murphy. 8 wins to 2, but of course one of McGill's victories was a best of 19 at the Crucible in 2016. Been some week, Neil, hasn't it? A lot of matches, the random draw, but a final that is intriguing, I think.
Yeah, a really intriguing final. And Murphy, as you say, has played beautifully all the way through. McGill has got better and better. I thought he was excellent yesterday. He really was in beating John Higgins. I guess a lot does point to Murphy winning, although I think about that 2023 Welsh Open final. He's strongly fancied in that final to beat Robert Milkins, but Milkins won it, so it's a kind of similar scenario, this, I feel.
Yes, I think finals can have a life of their own, can't they? And you remember 3 years ago, Mark Allen against Ryan Day, and Mark Allen had played superbly in the semis. Ryan Day had really struggled to put away Robbie Williams. Pretty much everyone thought Allen would win comfortably, and of course it was Ryan that got the victory.
Well, he's having a little look at what is a 3 or 4 ball plant even. I mean, you'd like to think that if he's playing it, he's looking to get the cue ball to the other end of the table. Because you wouldn't be certain of it, but it does look fairly appealing, doesn't it, from that low camera angle we saw where, I mean, it's heading to the right jaw, but it could straighten. Coming in at the first red at an angle. deciding not to play it. I thought Shaun Murphy was superb last night, although I think 6-1 probably slightly flattering to be that one-sided a match with Mark Selby. Didn't feel quite as if it was as resounding a win as that scoreline would suggest, but he was by far the better player.
One.
Already playing a big shot here, playing the black to move the red above the black and take it away from the black spot. And he's going to have to play it with a degree of pace, so this is for sure missable. Shot at the black here. Well,
Shaun Murphy, 1.
at least he blocked the pocket. It was never in, actually. He thought it was in, but as you can see, he was hitting the bottom jaw. But close enough, like I say, to block the red.
It's one of those it shouldn't have gone in, but I think at the last moment he felt it might still just drop. Alan McManus, I think he's right about McGill. You know, he's a big occasion player. Just look at players he's beaten at the Crucible. He's beaten Murphy, he's beaten Ronnie O'Sullivan, Mark Selby, Judd Trump, all at the Crucible, where the scrutiny is the highest, the pressure's the highest. I think where he struggled the last couple of years actually has been being in qualifiers in, you know, leisure centres, no one watching. He's finding it hard to produce his best in that environment. Some players, I guess, are the opposite.
Well, it was brilliantly played. There was a small gap to just wriggle past the yellow ball to get in where he has, but it was beautifully played. It's given Murphy a headache here. He's so snugly in behind the brown ball that he's going to have to go across the table a couple of times, I think. I don't believe lay into the side of the bunch off one cushion. The black over one of the pockets is helping. If he could come in from that angle, he wouldn't leave anything to that pocket, but he's in trouble. Make no mistake. I think he's trying to hit the bottom red here, on the left-hand side. It's a good effort, this. It's a brilliant shot. It really is.
Murphy certainly has experience of reaching finals. It's his 27th in a ranking event. He's 56th in all tournaments. Currently, in terms of ranking titles, tied 10th with Mark Allen on 12. If he wins today, he'll be a couple behind Ding Junhui, just ahead of them on the list. course, McGill's not been in a ranking final for 8 years. We heard him say yesterday as well, he regards this as a much bigger deal than the Indian Open and the Shootout, the 2 tournaments he has reached the final of, and indeed won.
Beautifully played, very clean, that pot. And he played it nicely with the cue ball. He wouldn't leave a red on, I don't think, unless the red he played became available. Imperative he gets off to a good start against someone like Shaun Murphy, who's basically been steamrolling a lot of his opponents.
Nine. $16. 17. Anthony McGill, 17.
Just two things on a player's mind on that shot. Of course, the pot is one thing, but also, as you can see from that angle, pushing into the reds, concentration divided slightly. Well, that was a genuine error. He was confident about it. He knew he was leaving a red on. Understandably, a few nerves around. He missed 1 or 2 rest shots yesterday that were surprising.
Yeah, definitely edgy, but of course this is the only match of the week where there's a trophy up for grabs. Remember, it's 100,000 to the winner, 45 to the runner-up.
Yeah, for someone like McGill, 100,000 ranking points. I mean, the money, of course, is wonderful, but that would stop any problems he's got with regards to staying on the tour, stuff he's been thinking about. It would completely change that dynamic. Picked up the same amount of prize money for reaching the World Championship semi-finals in 2020. Oh, that is a fabulous shot. That is. That really is very accurately played. There's not much pocket there, and he's played it at medium pace as well. Terrific shot. Well, a break here would settle any early nerves because there have been a few, I think, from both players.
6. Seven.
I don't expect Murphy's form to dip all that much today. Invariably, when he's playing well, then he continues to do so for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and of course the FA Cup style draw has thrown up some brutal
12.
matches for Murphy along the way. Neil Robertson and Judd Trump had to play on the same day. Of course, Mark Selby last night. If anything, I think it's just focused
13.
his mind. He's known in those matches he'll have to play his best, and he has done. Of course, he did briefly drop out the top 16, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago? He got back in after last week's English Open at 16, but if he wins today, he'll get up to
19.
12. And, of course, unlock the door to the Players' Series as well, which are all ranking events, so his sort of top 16 woes would go away.
20.
The way that those 4 reds are, below the pink,
26.
he's got to work a way of getting on them. I don't believe there's a plant in there. Well, if he hasn't spied one yet, anyhow, if there is.
27.
Pink to middle would be one way of unlocking the 4 reds, but playing a nudge into the ones below. That's an important
Shaun
miss.
Murphy,
That is an
27.
important miss. You felt that had that gone in, which you'd have expected it to do so, surely he'd have won the frame from there.
One.
In terms of the rankings for McGill, 57 at the start of the tournament, 45 if he's runner-up, 34 if he wins, so taking giant strides in the right direction. Also champion of champions, and as I say, the Players' Series as well on the horizon, so suddenly he would have far more
8.
snooker to look forward to than might otherwise have been the case this season. But he wants to win a big title. That's the main motivation here today.
9. 16. 17. 24. 25.
Perfect angle just to play down on my choice of reds. And I wonder if he might try and play on the right-hand red and then brown to follow, keep things simple in that regard. He's got to tackle that little problem. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, they're both available, of course, but it's more, you're looking a couple of shots ahead. Don't want to be straight on it, however.
31.
Completely understand that shot selection, but not the fact that he seems not to have much of an angle on this, just to play out for the brown ball. And he can't use too much force because you can miss them along the cushion.
$32.
Yeah, just closer to the brown makes it easier, but still a shot that has got to be taken seriously. Played as gently as possible to give the pocket every chance. Except in the ball, it was bang in the middle anyhow.
Shaun Murphy had a couple of chances that he's been taking in this tournament, in this frame, but didn't take them. And this, for McGill, is frame ball. Early days, but we feel it's important for McGill to settle. One of the biggest matches he's played for a long time, I guess, since that World Championship semi-final 5 years ago.
43. $46.
Well, this is a direct result of a miss to left middle that Murphy made, which not the first he'd missed in this frame, but clearly the most significant. He knew that at the time.
55.
Something for him to think about. It's only one frame. Not the start he wanted. But very good from McGill, this.
61.
Very clean ball striking himself.
Yeah, he's been given the opportunity to get his hand on the table, and it's a good
58
start for
frames.
Anthony McGill. It was a
McGill.
little bit edgy, but in the end, Shaun Murphy made more mistakes. So the British Open final is underway. Anthony McGill takes the opening frame. It's England versus Scotland for the British Open title. Shaun Murphy
frame 2.
trails
Shaun
Anthony
Murphy
McGill
to break.
1-0. They play 8 frames this afternoon, possible 11 this evening. Murphy's first ranking final for 2 years, but of course he did win the Masters at the start of this year, which is one of the game's major events.
Thank you.
Yeah, may well be touching the pink, and Colin Humphries checked it, but of course he wouldn't have to declare that because it's not the ball on. Just for reference, I guess, should there be a miss of any kind. Very experienced official. Well, he's just thinking about sending the cue ball up the table. Of course, with the two reds there, it's not straightforward, but there are points and areas where he could do that, especially if he's playing off one of the reds to bring it back down. He's got a good all-round game, McGill. We saw that yesterday against John Higgins, who he matched in, well, all departments, really. All the years of practicing with and alongside the man he beat yesterday, of course, would help.
I think what impressed me was it was obviously quite close. It was nip and tuck. He didn't go into his shell. He actually went on the attack. Sort of halfway through the match, he really started to try and get the balls open and try and get it won, rather than, you know, relying on mistakes or hoping chances came along. So that's a good mentality in a big match. I'm sure it'll be the same today. And he's had that visit as well now, that good 68, just to settle him in this final. The danger, I guess, today was that Murphy, the confidence he's got, would sort of dominate from the off, but he looked a little edgy himself in that first frame.
Well, that was a low percentage, I would say. Playing at that speed, you know, you're very likely to leave it up. And how many times out of 10 would you pot it? So that's the point I mean about a low percentage shot.
One.
Nicely done. McGill feeding off early errors from Shaun Murphy. That was a better shot than it looked as well, because the angle on the black was not ideal. Just off straight.
8. Nine. $16. $17.
Played the cannon to be on
24.
the bottom of the bunch, knowing he'd be on this one, had the cannon gone wrong, which it seems to have done.
Might be his toughest task of the day. Got there in the end. Remember his British Open journey actually began in June. That was when the qualifying was held. Top 16 held over to the venue. They weren't involved, but he scraped past Dylan Emery, talented young Welshman, 4-3. Really before a lot of the other players had thought about picking their cues up.
Yes, the left-hand red to middle here is what he spotted.
32. Anthony McGill, 32.
You'd have expected him to get that because he was doing nothing in particular with the cue ball. Didn't have to force it or anything to get position.
One.
Now screwing the cue ball back to about where it is now, I think, from this blue for the red. That's kind of finished there, although he used the cushion.
6. Seven.
Just queuing up as to where he'd like to be with that cue ball on the red to left corner. Well, that is just about where he's aiming for, and it disturbs a number of reds in the process of potting the reddies
14.
on.
Shaun Murphy, 14.
Well, that is quite a significant mistake. Not dissimilar to what happened in frame one. Because he's leaving essentially the whole frame here. And he wasn't on a colour. He's playing with that same amount of confidence as he has all week, but the pots aren't going in. Not holding back at all, but giving chances.
One.
Yeah, what a chance now for McGill, already in front in the frame. He's been presented with a real gift here. He's been allowed table time, hasn't he, to settle any nerves he's brought into the final.
Eight. Nine. 16. $17.
That's nicely played. It's very handy to get that pink away from the blue and back onto its spot. He's played it perfectly. He's another one of these players that does not hit the ball with more pace than he needs to. He knows full well that you can lose your accuracy when you hit balls hard, and I don't think he's necessarily very good at hitting balls at great pace. Just guiding them in.
24.
He looks good here. The lead is growing. Another example of that there, just floating the balls into the pockets.
$30.
Well, a colour and another red. And it's a significant early move here for McGill.
$37.
He looks very steady. He's been given help in terms of how he's got in, but then you've got to pot the balls. And that one should make it 2-0. So far, it's not the Shaun Murphy in the final that's got to the final. I mean, he's looking positive in terms of his shot selection. The red he went for, he had to get because he was always going to be opening them.
It's kind of how he plays, though, Murphy, isn't it? You know, that's why sometimes
44.
you see him playing brilliantly. You think, well, how does he ever lose? Well, he loses because he takes the shots on, always. And if they're not going
45.
in, then you'll offer up chances. And that's how these two frames have unfolded so far. The players will play a more cautious game. They won't give opportunities away, but they don't quite have that
48.
same attacking cavalier approach that Murphy has to his game.
49.
It's an early sample size, but Murphy's not played in these two frames anywhere near
52.
the standard he has all week, but McGill looks to be playing better than ever.
53.
Yes, he's well and truly settled into this afternoon's match. This first session, which of course always you're looking to take some sort of advantage into the evening.
$58. $60. $63. $67.
So Anthony McGill looking nicely composed in the early stages of the final. Shaun Murphy's going to have to start making some of these pots he's going for to get involved. There's still, of course, a long, long way to go.
$78.
So 68, the break in the opening frame. 78
78
in the second frame.
Anthony McGill.
And Anthony McGill dominating early on. Fascinating start to the British Open final. McGill leads 2-0.
Point in the match, but it's a very good start for McGill, has to be said.
Thank you. Frame 3. Anthony McGill to break.
Yeah, good start for McGill, but he's not the sort of character, he's not going to get carried away yet. It's 2-0. He's playing someone he respects hugely. But he's monopolised the table time. He's made a couple of nice breaks. Can Murphy get involved here? Highest break 27, Shaun Murphy so far. One thing I will say is the last 3 ranking finals on the circuit have all gone to a decider. It's the first time that's ever happened, 3 in a row, so we've had some close matches of late. We'll see tonight if we get another one.
Thank you.
Shaun Murphy is always very confident looking, but he did look a bit concerned, I thought, sitting in his chair. He knows that it's an old adage, really, if you like, but while your score is on naught in frames, you're never really in a match. He probably feels that way. He could have won them both with the chances he was in amongst the balls with. It's not really a tactic, but McGill will happily sit and wait to see what comes his way by playing containing safety shots like that. Well, already the frame might take a different complexion to the first 2. The safety duel might see the reds go up the table with the cue ball at this end. Although McGill possibly looking at areas at the other end of the table he could land. There aren't many. The way that Murphy pots, you don't want to leave him anything. Looks like he's going to push that red up and down the table, up far right there. It's very neatly done. Good shot, that. If the red was not up the table close to the green, he would play the left-hand red, send the cue ball back to vault. But it's a risky shot to play. With the red up there, he could leave it on. That's why he's not playing it. Might have to raise the butt of the cue here. Yeah, to get the cue ball back to where it is now. Oh, where's the red going to finish? It's a worry. Has he left it? It's a thin one, if he has. Well, that must have been very close as to whether he could have cut that in.
Certainly not the start Murphy, I'm sure, was hoping for. You know, you had visions of him. He got a few in front, really running away with this final. Terrific pot. Big shot. He doesn't back away, does he? You've got to say that about Murphy.
No, but I wonder if the yellow looks to be covered to the right middle by the red that's sort of somewhat awkwardly placed there, it seems. Yeah. So he potted the red without any real hope of going any further with it.
Brown ball. Five.
Well, is he just going to take the points, play the safety shot? I believe so. The red that was in the way of the yellow potting would be a really risky one to take on here. I think he's looking to play safe on that right-hand red.
Shaun Murphy, 5. Thank you.
Shaun Murphy would love to play a red here to pot it to left middle. He's looking at the possibilities, but again, doesn't want a repeat of the first 2 frames where he's taken the chance, got in, and then things have gone wrong. You can see those 2 reds pot to middle. Percentage-wise, again, pretty low, I think. Pot and position. Playing safe. It's a good shot.
Yeah, I think his safety's been very good this week. I mean, remember the match with Scott Donaldson where he won that frame after, well, he needed 2 snookers. He got 1 to tie, won it on a respot. And then yesterday he was put through his paces, wasn't he, by Mark Selby. He made a couple of great escapes from pretty nasty snookers. McGill, of course, has practised extensively with John Higgins. He's been sort of schooled in the tactical game, I guess, that way.
It's an amazingly good shot, actually. It really is, to play that against the nap of the cloth, half ball. You know, thinking that he couldn't leave anything. He was worried about the in-off for a moment. It would have been cruel luck had it gone in. Very fine shot that he's just played there. So a chance for Murphy to put those 2 previous frames behind him.
6.
Take the positives from how he got in here.
Seven.
Yeah, I guess he just needs a nice break, doesn't he, just to settle himself into this final. Made 3 centuries in the tournament, a lot of other big breaks as well. He did say he felt something was coming. He felt happy enough with his game, even though he wasn't necessarily going
12.
deep in tournaments. Maybe it focused the mind, drawing the likes of Robertson, Trump, Selby.
13.
Years, of course, since he won his first ranking title. It was the World Championship, no less, as a qualifier. 2005, he had a celebration, actually, in May for the 20th anniversary.
20.
Yes, and of course he reminded us of something I'd forgotten, that he reached the British Open final prior to that. Played down in Brighton. Beaten heavily in the semi-finals. But that was the first real sighting of Shaun Murphy at the latter stages of anything, in my opinion. To my memory, anyway.
29.
It wasn't long after that he became world champion.
$36. 37.
The most outstanding opening red. I mean, it really was, and to get this chance.
$44. 45.
That's beautifully played. That really is, because that's an area where he's got a choice of reds.
52. $53. 60. 61.
Very good break, this. Just what he needed, I feel.
69.
This was an outstanding opening red. I mean, the red is not close to the pocket. He's played it slowly. Very, very good. I don't think many players would have played to pot that, you know. I'm sure a number would have just pushed the red back down the table.
74.
But what he is doing, he's not taking a backward step despite a fairly
75.
obvious setback in frames 1 and 2. It's got the makings of a terrific final, this, I think, from what I've seen.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Shaun Murphy.
80.
In keeping with how he's played all week.
81. 88. 89.
'Shaun Murphy's made 727 career centuries, 13 this
96.
season. Surely going to add to that list here. He needed this, didn't he? He was just struggling really to make anything happen in the first 2 frames. Put it all right in frame 3.
$101.
Well, I think he's gone too far. Terrific break, though.
Foul. Shaun Murphy, 101. Anthony McGill, 4.
From Shaun Murphy
Murphy
to get on the scoreboard in this British Open final. 1 frame to come before the first interval. 2-1 McGill. The last day here in Cheltenham, the final of Snooker's British Open.
Shaun Murphy to break.
Event first stage 40 years ago. Shaun Murphy is on the scoreboard with that century, the first of the final, 101.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally the first few frames can be, continually nervy and the winning line seems a long way off, but I think these two have played terrific stuff already today. I guess it should be logical that the two finalists should be the informed players, but it isn't always how these two-session finals begin.
One.
Got a lot of backspin on this. Rather than having it fairly slowly. Favourable little nudge on the blue. There is a red at the bottom of the pack, which I believe goes to the left corner. And that's the red he's played on. And once again, like earlier, where he missed a red, he'll be absolutely opening the balls up here. Cue ball's closer to the red, so he should get it this time. Missed one of these. Handy little flick on the red.
7.
To get closer to the blue. This is good stuff. Played it with screw and left-hand reverse side so that he wouldn't get stuck in the middle of the table on that shot.
Twelve.
Desperate to keep this break going, but this next rest shot will not be easy even for Shaun Murphy, who's so good with it.
$13.
Well, it's obviously going to be a safety shot, but now that he's where he is, he might as well make it a good one. Down where he's standing would be a good place to land that cue ball, I think. Covering up a lot of reds.
Black ball. Shaun Murphy, 13.
It looks troublesome. I wonder if he just could drop off the side cushion into the red. The low right-hand red here. He doesn't want to take any risks getting back to bulk, because there's reds in the way. Well, that's gone wrong. He may have been lucky. It's hard to know. Clearly not what he meant. I mean, can he cut this red in? He's ever so close to it. You know, he might be able to. Very unusual shot to be left, actually. Well, this is a bit of a headache. McGill was fortunate to finish where he has. And it's given Murphy a sort of slightly unusual problem of where the balls are. He doesn't think he can pot this red, or he's certainly looked at it once. He's having another look now. It's either this thinnest of cuts or what else? Well, I wouldn't think that Shaun Murphy has taken a minute and a half on many shots in his entire career, but this is a real head scratcher. It was worth the wait. That was a good shot. I think sometimes made worse by the fact that you know your opponent was quite lucky to finish where he did. It's one thing being put in trouble by a good shot. McGill played quite a loose one.
Yeah, you always know in snooker luck will play its part because it's that sort of game, but of course you don't know when it will happen or how significant it will be.
One.
Well, again, not much he can do here. He could drop in behind the colour, or he could just play on top of the yellow ball to leave terribly awkward queuing. Well, he somehow got cue ball
Shaun
in
Murphy,
behind it
one.
there. On most reds, I think. Might have been concerned about the two reds below the pink being some kind of a plant to left corner. This frame is playing out in a slightly unusual way. Some awkward shots for both players here. Now McGill is in spot of bother now.
Yeah, half an hour since he potted the ball, and don't think he'll be potting one here. He, of course, started so well, brace of 68 and 78.
I think Colin Humphries is looking down the line to see whether he's got a clear shot at a red, because that, of course, might come into the equation should he miss a couple of times. Seems that he has on that left-hand red. What on earth he does with it, though, is another matter. Cushion first, it seems. No, that's pretty good. He's left the red on the cushion, but Murphy would not be interested in that with no colour available. This is where he's clever, McGill, you know. He's well schooled, isn't he, at the highest level, rubbing shoulders with some of the greats up in Scotland.
Yeah, it's a pretty hard school up there, isn't it, in terms of, you know, the granite snooker they play, but it stands you in good stead for little battles like this, a sort of the moment a match within a match, this exchange.
Once again, cushion first, dropping onto the bottom red, it seems. It's fine. Little heavy-handed, but otherwise no obvious damage done unless Murphy pulls out a great pot. Well, McGill hasn't seen one for quite a while. Now he's got a possible long pot, but the plant, which has been there for quite some time, is also of interest to him. 35 minutes since he last potted anything. And this plant is not simple by any stretch. He's been knocking in those all week.
1.
Oh, he's finally back in. Very coolly played that, wasn't it?
That's a pretty brave shot to play. The black was a lot more difficult than the blue, but of course it offered prime position.
8.
And now he has that. So, been out in the cold for over 35 minutes.
Nine.
I think the fact that he's got a good record over the longer matches, he's played well at the Crucible in Sheffield, the long, drawn-out formats. You accept that you're going to be away from the table for long periods on occasions. And then you've got to just spring to life.
$16.
Yeah, I mean, at the World Championship, you know, you can lose 6 or 7 frames, can't you, in a row and still being with a chance of winning the actual match.
17.
But imperative you feel he takes them, makes the most of this chance, because Murphy, as you say, been knocking in those long balls hand on table all week. Felt like he'd won the sort of tactical exchange and then couldn't actually put that red away.
Can't believe he meant to go into that red, but as it happens, it's more than okay.
24.
Red to middle, easy black afterwards.
$25. $32. $33.
In terms of form and results this season, there was no case to be made, really, for Anthony McGill being in the final, so it's credit to him the way he's come through. Started on the outside tables, worked his way onto the main table. Of course, beat Gary Wilson, his first match of the week. Wilson had been in a final this season. Oliver Lyons, semi-finalist here last year. Zhao Guodong has won a tournament this season in Wuhan. Stan Moody, of course, there's a lot of excitement around him. Beat Corin Wilson this week. And then John Higgins. So, we talked about Murphy's route, but McGill's has been tough as well. Very tough.
41.
Well, he made the point for the World Championships last year when, you know, things were slipping as far as his performances, and he put in a lot of work, a lot, he was saying, of hard practice. Didn't get the result, which sometimes shows you that you can try a little too hard at this game.
Yeah, it seemed he sort of built that World Championship up almost too much, because
46.
he wasn't in the Players' Series event, so he didn't have a lot of snooker leading up to it. Anyway, that's all in the past now. Right
47.
now, he's trying to win this first mini-session of this British Open final.
Will he think about playing on the red that he's closest to here, or up the table for a red to middle? Pretty well played. Still a bit more to do. Red colour ready
54.
requires.
55.
Yeah, Shaun Murphy missed the kind of red he's been knocking into left corner. I think McGill's
60.
opening red, though, was a good one from where he was placed on the cushion. I think these frames have been
61.
enthralling, actually. You can see what Murphy's doing. You know there's a very confident player in there. But any mistakes he has made, McGill has pounced on. Might be the kind of order of how this match pans out.
Yeah, this is Anthony McGill as we remember him when he was a top 16 player.
66.
Just 3 years ago, he was number 12 in the world. Very determined, very solid, focused. And more
67.
than capable of making these frame-winning breaks. Finals, as we've said already, they're just different to any other match because this is what the whole week's been building to. This is where the pressure's at its highest. And it's going to be Anthony McGill, unfancied, let's be honest, at the start of the week, who has the early
74.
advantage.
$75. 82.
He's already made breaks of 68, 78. Murphy 101 in frame 3. Missed the long red in this frame. McGill now playing trick
84.
shots. What about that one? Well, he's loving life. He's Anthony McGill.
Well, he never even flinched on that yellow, as if he knocked those in off the cushion all day long.
91.
Well, this is what he's been missing, isn't it? In the little slump that he's had. These big matches, big crowd, big prize on the line.
96.
Pink then for his first century of the final. Not just the fact he's in front, he's playing really well.
102.
Yeah, this on the back of 35 minutes plus without a pot. Brilliant.
Anthony McGill
109 on the frame.
with a terrific
Anthony McGill.
109 clearance. He wins the first mini session of the British Open final. Advantage McGill, 3-1.
In the climax to world ranking events over the years.
Thank
And
you. Frame 5. Anthony McGill to break.
maybe this will be another. So far, you have to say, Stephen, your fellow countryman has had more poise and better form than Murphy.
Yeah, it's not been the Shaun Murphy that we've seen throughout the week. I don't know whether slight feeling from Shaun of you know, the players I've beaten Robertson, Trump, Selby. Maybe going to the final a little bit, just not 100% on it, expecting to win. It's happened to me many times, and you're just completely not 100% on it from shot one. Well, that's more like it. Yeah, he'd been looking to stamp his authority on this match early and really break the back of the match in the first session. He's not been able to do that, and all credit has to go to his opponent, who's, as you said, he's looked very composed. Another
Shaun
pot
Murphy,
missed that's
one.
been going in with regularity this week.
I think the word I would use to describe Murphy so far, certainly 4 frames and that particular shot, tentative. you would say, well, as the week progresses, you're under more and more pressure, and that's normally the case. But I think with Anthony McGill, the big pressure for him were those looming relegation worries. Now that is sorted. So maybe he comes into the final feeling free.
Thank you. Sorry, go on.
You're absolutely right about the way he played that black. There was no commitment to that at all. Normally been playing it with a bit more pace, bring reds into play. It was very much a case of just trying to make sure you pot the red. That's not Shaun Murphy's game. Not the best safety shot either. Sure, Anthony McGill will be tempted by this red to bag one, as we call it. Black waiting.
Lots of people up there on the balcony having a bird's eye view of the action. That's more like it.
One.
He can still play the shot. Not as easy with that little kiss on the red. He wants to play the black and go right into the bunch here. Because he had to bridge over the pack, he couldn't get enough, or couldn't get the pace he wanted, the momentum on the cue ball that he wanted.
8.
But if he's on this red to right corner, it's worked out perfectly. Black doesn't go, but brown's there. Then he can play for the red that's blocking the black's path to right corner.
9.
Yeah, the way for Shaun to put pressure on Anthony McGill is to do exactly what Anthony McGill would expect Shaun to do before the match, is win these frames in one visit. Great long red, and then win the frame from it.
$14.
Huge incentive for Murphy. After the Wuhan Open, he dropped out of the top 16.
20.
Captures
21.
the title today. He's back, well ensconced at number 12, where he should be, inside the elite.
$28. 29. 36. 37. 44. 45.
Interesting technique Shaun's got. It's very natural, but he almost starts his cueing before he's even down in the shot. Most players get down and then they start their waggles of the cue, but he virtually starts the first one as he's getting down to the shot. That was beautifully played. There was one spot that you had to make contact with
50.
On the first red. It's just opened everything up.
51.
2 frames after making the 728th century of his professional career, Murphy really should make number 729.
$58. 59.
'This is going to be by far the quickest frame of the
66.
final so far.
67.
Multi-session matches are all about momentum and trying to keep it as long as
74.
possible. Stringing, or trying to string 3, 4, 5 frames in a row.
75.
These 4 frames, remaining 4 frames, including this one, can Murphy have a burst of momentum to take charge of this final?
82. 83. 90. 91.
Yes, he wanted to win post-interval frames. Winning them in this manner is a bonus.
98. 99.
'We see lots of centuries these days, but they're always
105.
warmly appreciated.
107. 110. 114. 119. 125.
It is a horrible cliche, but intervals change matches.
132.
And maybe the interval we've just
Shaun
had
Murphy.
is going to change this one. What a break from Shaun Murphy. What a way to bite back. McGill's lead reduced to 3-2. A glimpse there of his coach Peter Ebdon watching on approvingly. In the 1999 British Open final, my co-commentator Stephen Hendry went 3-0 down to Ebdon. Came back to 3-3, and then in frame 7, he made a 1-4-7. Went on to win 9-5. Golden memory, Stephen.
I must say, it's very nice for you to remember something I've done well rather than normally picking out defeats, Phil. Thank you very much. Well, both players, after the interval, have started frames off with beautiful long reds.
1.
Similar types of shot. Just the opposite sides of the table. Can Anthony reply with a one-visit win of his own? Oh, that was anything but tentative. Really aggressive shot from Anthony McGill. Very
8.
good.
When a player is in the groove as McGill is, and when he's got his confidence back, it must be the most terrific feeling.
Nine.
He's gone from thinking about being a lorry driver to being a snooker juggernaut again. And he's on the road to victory here if he keeps playing like this.
14. $15. Anthony McGill, 15.
No, that is a bad miss. That's a bad unforced error. This company, at this level, you cannot afford those. Well, certainly many of those today, if you want to win this title. Not only does it debilitate your confidence, it works the opposite for your opponent. He feels more relaxed.
Yeah, that one was a real
3.
bump in the road that no one saw coming.
Followed by
Shaun Murphy,
a
3.
gift from Shaun. So both players, inexplicable misses. Shaun had one eye, I think, on the cannon and just took his eye slightly off the pot there. He'll be really annoyed, Shaun, because having seen his opponent miss that easy brown, your job now is to punish him and really make him remember that easy miss. And he hasn't done it. He's let Anthony off the hook. What's happening, Phil?
Sometimes when your opponent starts to miss, that can become infectious. Murphy, though, I agree with you. It's been really surprising. He's hardly missed anything easy all week. And already in this final, he's missed 9 pots.
This frame could get awkward now. So the fact the black's tied up, that red near the right corner pocket. Not sure if Anthony can get to it here to play a safety shot. But no one will really want to put the cue ball to the bulk area unless it can cover that red up there with the green.
Well, forget the balls he's missed in this frame. That was the worst shot of the lot. That was a shocker. Didn't just graze the bump in the middle pocket, he caught it full on.
One. Seven. Eight.
Yeah, I've just been watching Shaun in his chair while Anthony's at the table, and he's not quite got the intensity, I don't think, that he's had
11.
this week. All week he's literally never taken his eyes off the table when his opponent's there. Fully concentrated, even when he's not playing. He just looks... His eyes have been drifting
12.
away from the table. Doesn't look quite on it, as I said, today, for whatever reason. I mean, obviously talk about Anthony being nervous in his first final for a long time. Shaun will also be feeling it.
15.
Yeah, McGill actually seems the calmer of the two, even though experience would suggest it should be the other way around.
Anthony McGill, 15.
Already plenty of balls missed in this frame.
One. Six. Seven.
Now this was a well-played shot. Just dislodging all of those reds to give him a lot more options.
$13.
This is obviously a borderline decision as to whether he can get the cue ball past the pink. So he's asking Colin Humphreys, who's been one of the game's top referees for many a year, to re-spot the pink. Sometimes they just tend to go over the spot and drop a little, but that's where it was originally, and the gap is there.
14. $20. 21.
What if he's got the angle just to screw across, move that red away from the black here?
27.
Yep. Lovely.
28.
Still that problem red, just past the right middle.
Obviously would love to dislodge that awkward red, but
35.
if it's the last resort and he has to take on a double, he's pretty mustard when it comes to doubling, Shaun Murphy.
$36.
He may try here. Left himself an angle in this
43.
red. You'd pretty much be guaranteed some sort of pot in the brown. You know, the fact he's aiming high in the cue ball, obviously not. Played for the green.
44.
Didn't want the cannon on the blue. Could obviously play the double on the red. That's an option. But the reason professionals don't really like to leave doubles, if you miss it, you've no idea where the red's going to end up. And this is a big frame now to draw level. Doesn't want to gift a chance to Anthony McGill. Well, looks like he's going to leave this red down the cushion. And I'll be hoping if he misses it,
49.
the red comes away from the pocket. I mean, at that
Shaun
pace,
Murphy,
he
49.
gave it every chance. He gave the pocket every chance of taking the red. But the problem, don't know if that red's slightly veered to the left there.
I thought it might have just gone away from the cushion ever so slightly, enough for the red to refuse to drop.
But the surprising thing for me, the way he played it, was playing at that pace. Okay, you give the red more chance of going in, but as you can see, if you miss it, you leave it on for your opponent. Probably in between pink and black here with side. That's what he played, but he completely mishit it.
1.
That was, for someone of Anthony's skill, that was very, very clumsy. And in the end, he was a little bit fortunate to leave that green. We see Shaun Murphy's shot again.
4.
Just had to make sure the green, it was automatic position on the yellow.
6.
He has played a lot of pots like that though, Shaun, hasn't he? Like just dead weight shots, floated them in. You have to say he's got the vast majority, but that was, for me, that was the wrong speed to play that.
Nine.
So McGill, 13 adrift. He needs the 4 remaining colours.
$13. 18. 24.
We've seen plenty of balls missed in this frame. Hard to imagine this one is going to be jawed.
$31 on the frame. Anthony
It is
McGill.
not. McGill clears up to steal frame 6 on the final black. It means he cannot be behind going into the evening session later. An intriguing afternoon of snooker at the
Thank you, frame
Unibet
7.
British Open
Anthony McGill to break.
is now setting up what should be a really entertaining and intense evening session from 7 o'clock this evening, when the Clive Everton Trophy, £100,000 and the same amount of world ranking points will be up for grabs. A race to 10 to determine the champion.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on Shaun Murphy now. Anthony McGill just needs one of these last 2 to have a lead going into tonight. Shaun definitely doesn't want to lose both of them.
The British Open final has produced several comebacks, though. 1991, a certain Stephen Hendry beat Gary Wilkinson 10-9 from 6-3 down after the first session. See, I'm mentioning another victory, Stephen.
Stop this, Phil. I'm feeling a bit weird about this. Remember the one this week you told me about the monk that beat me, who just spent 6 weeks in a monastery in Thailand. That's more like you. You don't got any more of them.
Well, pick out.
Okay, it was the archetypal shot to nothing. He wasn't leaving anything, but very clever. Now there's 3 reds that are just away from the pack. If he can go into the middle one of those 3 at pace, could create another opening. I played a different kind of cannon. Played it well. Left that middle red that I was on about. And now we can bring more reds into play.
8.
What a clever shot that first red was.
Nine.
Another very aggressive shot. This black is missable, though.
Everything is there. A very sizable break. That's why there's enormous pressure on this black ball.
I think the reason he's looking from the black cushion is the black's dead straight. He can't get on the red that's near the right corner pocket after potting the black. That gives you a better view of that red. So now he may even be refusing the black, which is still incredible to me.
Yellow ball.
This is a very, very tough match play choice of
Anthony
shot.
McGill, 9.
Ducks out of it. Potting the black just didn't feel comfortable. It was a archetypal risk and reward.
I got very close to that, Shaun Murphy, but he's left this red. It's pretty straight. Don't think he can get to the bottom of the cue ball to stun it, so it's one of those you just make sure you pot the red, and you're almost trusting to luck a little bit with the cue ball. He could easily follow the cue ball into the pocket after the red.
One.
The excellence that Murphy has demonstrated to reach the final.
7.
Not showing up all that much this afternoon. Yes, he's made the 2 centuries. Beautiful they were. But generally speaking, this is a grade below his previous displays in the tournament.
Yeah, and what it's below his other displays in the tournament with his intensity of focus and concentration. To me, as I said, I get the impression he's not, as I've said before,
Murphy,
right
7.
on it as much as he has been for whatever reason.
We often talk about the benchmark for competing on the Pro Tour in these huge matches. We've settled on 90% as being the minimum requirement, and Murphy has dipped under that now. And live pot success, that's when you attempt a pot with the frame still alive, i.e. snooker's not required. Murphy's numbers are even lower, 85%. That's uncharacteristic. Remember previous head-to-heads, Murphy leading 8-2, and he's won their 4 most recent encounters. But McGill's 2 wins were on big occasions. First round of the World Championship 2016, he beat Murphy 10-8, playing some really good stuff, a couple of centuries, 3 other breaks over 80. In his other wins, semi-final of the Indian Open. And he went on to beat Kyron Wilson in the final 5-2 in Hyderabad to claim one of his 2 ranking titles so far.
Maybe tempted by the cross double here, Anthony. Right to the right middle. The cue ball will be up and down the table, back to the bulk end.
It's amazing with those shots, just how often one rogue red comes back down the table and leaves your opponent a pot. In this case, it's not an easy one, but it's the kind of pot, Stephen, that Murphy's been having for breakfast all week.
One. Four.
I think the black's available to left corner, so tricky little red this. Certainly not a gimme. And he's overhit that by, well, a long, long way.
Five.
Well, so it's very, very tight from our angle. Maybe he's trying to put a touch of left-hand side on, trying to widen the angle. And even if he pops the pink, where's the next red coming from? Very good. Got away with that, because that was a clumsy shot on the red with the rest. And a bit fortunate to still have a pot in the pink.
11. Twelve.
And those very profitable slices of luck, they're not flukes as such, but they are very fortunate. They can have a massive effect on how a match pans out.
$19. 20.
Wasn't part of the plan, obviously, send the black up to the brown spot, but he's got the pink available, so there's no drama. As I always say, sometimes when you've got a break that you're under pressure to make, sometimes the pink is the better ball, because you've got more than two pockets. You've got
26.
3 pockets to put the pink into here. Doesn't go to the left
27.
corner. And it's easy to play position off.
$33. 34. 40. 41.
So it looks like we've got a big last frame coming up of the afternoon session. Shaun, barring something extraordinary, looks to be cruising towards this frame.
Well, I've already used one Old Chestnut. Intervals change matches, so why not dust off another one? Game of fractions. That's certainly applied with Murphy's fortuitous position on the pink. And it's made all the difference in this frame.
I mean, we could give him the benefit of the doubt and say he was playing for the pink, but he certainly wasn't playing to be that close to it and having to use a little bit of side to pot it.
55.
Yes, and also in fairness to him, it was a very good pot on the pink, actually.
$61. 62. $69. 70.
Could this be a hat-trick of centuries in this session for the player who is trailing?
$77. 78. Shaun Murphy, 78 on the frame.
No century, but that will not concern Shaun Murphy. Winning that frame was very important for him. And if he can win the next and tie the afternoon, he would be bullish.
Again, on another day, that cue ball could easily have gone into the pocket. I wonder if Anthony might be playing a little speculative double to the green pocket, take the cue ball down for the black. Shouldn't be leaving anything. Oh, got a similar red into the green pocket earlier on in the match. Slow pace. Very good. You need to rely on the table being level to play those shots.
tried to go into the bunch, made no contact whatsoever.
6.
And he came very close to snookering himself, actually.
Shaun Murphy, 6.
So often over the years, after a final, the player who's won will identify the last frame of the first session as being vitally important. And you get the feeling this one could be as well.
Yeah, I think whoever wins it, even 5-3 down, I think Shaun's still favourite to win the final tonight. But you obviously prefer to coming into it all square and 2 frames behind. You never want to be chasing, because if you're 5-3 behind, it just puts a little bit more pressure on the first frame of the evening. Trying to get the cue ball somewhere near that green pocket to get the cover for the red to left middle, and he's decided to play a more containing safety shot. And now with that red going into the bulk area, this will become a frame where cue ball on the black cushion is the premium rather than the bulk cushion. The reason it's important to get to the tight and the black cushion, it stops you playing your opponent playing the shot that Shaun's just played. You can't get to the bottom of the cue ball. Anthony goes back to his seat with a wry smile on his face. I'm sure that wasn't the plan, to leave the cue ball in the middle of the table. He left Shaun a pot. Certainly not an easy one, and fraught with danger, that one you see there. I think a very different scoreline. Shaun would be tempted into going for that red that we've seen, but 4-3 behind. This is a big frame.
Yes, and now all of the reds have fanned out, which means more than likely whoever gets in first will enjoy a rich harvest.
Oh, Shaun will be taking a pot on this time, no doubt. Red to left middle. Again, not easy. And again, if it's dead straight, which it pretty much is, not easy to land. You're not guaranteed to land nice on a colour here.
One.
That's a very good shot.
Well, I think given its context and its cueing, I'm nominating that as the best shot of the afternoon so far. That was gutsy.
Yeah, it was a red he had to go for,
6.
and also a red that he had to get.
7.
So many choices.
13.
Reds everywhere. If he doesn't win the frame at this visit, Murphy, he will be genuinely disappointed.
$18. 19. 24. 25. 32. 33.
'They say in pool, Stephen, when there's an easy table, it's all about just connecting the dots.
38.
Yeah, and snooker, it's just about
39.
keeping that concentration. You know, at the start of the break, all you need to do is make sure you pot the colour you're automatically on a red, and sometimes that can relax you too much. All of a sudden, you can leave your cue ball tight in the cushion, anything, and you break down. So it's just about keeping focused, which Shaun has done very well.
46. 47.
Very much like we've got a best of 11 tonight for the title. Be a little bit disappointed, Anthony. Going 4-2 ahead, not winning any of the last 2 frames to get an advantage
54.
for the evening session. But I don't know, I think if someone offered him 4-4 at the start of this final, he would have taken
55.
it. Just given the way Shaun's been playing this week.
This is frame ball.
$62. 1.
Well, Shaun Murphy
63.
says he's a good darter. He's now on 501 total points for the afternoon.
Is that a word, Phil? Darter?
68.
It is now.
$69. Yellow ball. $71.
Would be good for Murphy to cap the afternoon with a trio of tons.
72.
He's got the angle. He may pot this red and screw the other one off the cushion here.
78.
What a shot.
79. $86. 87.
He has made 3 centuries in a match against McGill before. That was in the quarter-final of the World Championship 10 years ago. Today, though, there is a title on the line.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed, Shaun, that we've got to stop. Come back
92.
tonight, because he's just getting up ahead of steam here. Getting a bit of momentum.
94.
He can carry that on through tonight.
$97. $101. $106.
What a classy end to what's been an absorbing session.
$112. Shaun Murphy, 112 on the
You know, the Ryder Cup might be a runaway, but here at the snooker, we are in for a thriller. It is perfectly poised in Cheltenham. Shaun Murphy and Anthony McGill have shared the first 8 frames.
And we had that dramatic 6th frame as well that he stole with the clearance. We've had a bit of everything, but now the fight for the title. Shaun Murphy looking for ranking event number 13, and of course Anthony McGill only his 3rd. It would be by far his biggest. Big night ahead, Ken.
Yeah, big night, and particularly for that man there who's played so well all week. One last push to the line for both players tonight. He's got to produce, well, some of his best snooker, there's no doubt. And I thought he looked really good this afternoon. Always a little bit apprehensive, you know, you want to get your hands on a trophy once again. And he would have had doubts. Dropped to number 57 in the rankings, but just showed this week exactly what a class player he is. I'd be happy with that. It's not bad. It's covered all the reds. And particularly after knocking this red close to this right hand side pocket.
It's one of those, wasn't it, for Murphy? He'd love to have stayed out there because towards the end of the session he was playing superbly. Crowd here all wondering how this evening's going to pan out. It's set up perfectly for them, isn't it? 4-4. Could be another close finish. The last 3 ranking finals have all gone to a decider. Wow. Is he looking at this red into this left corner pocket? Maybe a gap when taking this red that he could try and needle that cue ball through the reds. Back out for a colour. But it's risky, and particularly with the extended rests. Not easy to see the angle from down there. No, it was always dangerous. Where's it going to finish? Has he got away with it? Is there a gap for this red into the left corner? I think there is. I think he can see it. Such a dangerous shot to play so early on this evening. The last thing he wanted to do was give his opponent an easy starter.
1.
Particularly with the reds, the way they're situated.
Eight. 9.
Not exactly what you're looking for at the start of a new session. There's been a few hours between. Just a nice chance to get your hand on the table, start polling balls, get back into match mode.
16. 17. 24.
It'll be interesting to see how long he will want to stay on the black. He's played this really nice. Beautiful shot off 2 cushions.
25.
Perfect on the black. Lots of top spin. Just judging it nicely. Without getting too excited. 4 reds, 4
32.
blacks.
$33.
Yeah, nice shot. Doesn't have to play into the bunch. He can just skip by them. A little soft screw. Yeah, the bottom red of the bunch is on. That's handy.
40. 41.
Still on the black. Shaun Murphy, who's made 10 maximums in competitive play.
$48.
Such a beautifully judged shot there off the cushion. Lots of screw, but just a effortless way that he gets through the cue ball. So nice, so natural. If he gets a nice angle this time.
49.
Yeah, this time he could just screw into the red directly above the black, and it's still beyond these 2 reds, the open reds, into the right corner.
That's okay, yeah. And he's brought another red into play.
56. 57.
Yeah, the most important part, obviously, of this equation is securing the frame. May screw over towards this right-hand side cushion and try and get in between those reds. Just here's his hand. No, he's played that lovely. Very nicely indeed.
64.
Well, the first maximum break to be made in a ranking final was actually in the British Open, 1999, Stephen Hendry.
65.
Needs another red here to secure the frame.
Oh, no. He's overscrewed that. He's hitting it so well.
72.
He's overscrewed that by a good 2 feet, I would say. Adrenaline, excitement, obviously. Is this red to secure the frame? Yeah, good shot. Okay, the maximum is gone, but still it's a wonderful break and a good start.
73.
Yeah, the main task tonight is to win this title, not to take liberties. So it'll be 3 frames on the spin, and they're all going to have been won with big breaks from Murphy.
77. 78. Shaun Murphy, 78 on the frame.
But Anthony McGill stays in his seat. A quick kill in the opening frame of the night. Shaun Murphy, for the first time in the final, is in front. It's 5-4. Remember, 10 the target for victory. There's the lovely Clive Everton trophy that they're playing for here this evening. Shaun Murphy has started to make a move from 4-2 down. No breaks of 78, 112, 78 again. He's ahead at 5-4. Can happen in these longer matches. You can be shut out for long periods. McGill hasn't potted the ball for 44 minutes, and there's the points for the last 5 frames, massively favouring Murphy, as you can see, 466 against 70. Yeah, that kiss on the yellow has stopped the cue ball nicely to take this red on to the left corner. Swing it off a couple of cushions back. Or ball colour, possibly, or blue. Oh, long way. Long way away. Now, as he left it, does it pass the green? It certainly does. And a chance, once again, early. Shaun Murphy here. And that's a little bit worrying for Anthony McGill. First chance in the first frame. Well, it was very difficult with the extended rest. Sort of maybe pushing the boat out a little bit, but that shot was a little bit more straightforward and a long way away.
Doesn't want to give too many easy chances to this man. The way he's playing, he's going to make him work for them. Yeah, because Murphy's been, well, he's been super confident all week, and that's come out in the players he's beaten. Robertson, Trump, Selby amongst them.
7.
Bit straight on this red. So got a bit of work to do with the cue ball.
14.
No problem.
15.
No, this is not straightforward. Can he hold it for the red just above the black? Delicate little shot. Is it going to reach? Is it going to reach? Yeah.
Shaun
Wasn't
Murphy,
straightforward.
15.
He's a little bit low on that black. And still, plenty of table to work with. Could have. The worst thing you can do is underhit that now. What a chance. To try and settle down in this final session. It's a good opportunity. Pot the black. A lot of pace. Right hand side into the base of that pack. Split some reds out into the open. Lovely. Lovely shot. Now, how's your luck? That's not too bad. He's on that red. Excellent shot.
8. 9.
To be fair, I mean, he attacked in the first frame, didn't he? Just didn't get the initial red. Now, what a wonderful chance. He's got the reds in play. Like the snooker player who came in from the cold this week, Anthony McGill, isn't he? You know, been mired in qualifying, down at 57 in the world, on the outside tables. Now, under the spotlight, with the opportunity
17.
tonight to reach a career high by winning this British Open. Previously won the Indian Open and the shootout. He wasn't that complimentary about either tournament. Great achievements, but this is different gravy, isn't it, this tournament? And it could be a big springboard as well for the rest of the season, because it would get him in the Champion of Champions, the Players' Series events as well. So suddenly, back on the up again.
24.
Yeah, it could be a real springboard. But this is such an important visit. Lots of different ways. But just to settle him down once again, and also just to send a message to his opponent that if he does miss,
25.
he's not going to have it all his own way. McGill is going to score as well. That's the message he's got to send to his opponent right here from this visit. Nicely held.
$30. 31. 38.
Yeah, if he were to win, he would go up 23 places in the rankings from 57 to 34. Got to put all that to one side, though, just focus on each shot as it comes along.
$39.
Yeah, no, what a wonderful story. I mean, we've had some great stories this week with the young guys on the tour coming through. Stan Moody, of course. Liam Davies, young Leon Crowley as well. First year on the tour, getting onto the TV stage. But even Anthony McGill's story alone, you know, from the depths of despair, contemplating life without snooker, and now all of a sudden on the precipice of one of his best wins of his career.
44.
For all the other players on the tour, you know, who are struggling or not getting results, well, this would be great hope for them. See how well he's done this week.
45.
Good shot. Good confident pot right into the heart of the pocket. Nicely on the pink.
$51. 52.
Checking the scores again. The 2 reds in open play should be enough here
58.
to make it 5 each.
$59.
Oh, what a wonderful start. It's a great response. Pink to put him 50 points in the lead. So this red required
65. 66.
Yeah, what a shot there. He was contemplating of potting the red and bringing the red into play, but more importantly, make sure of the red. That's exactly what he did. Oh, lovely shot this. Excellent shot.
Some start to the night, isn't it? McGill missed that tricky red with the rest, frame 1. Murphy made 78. Then Murphy left the black short of right corner, trying to hold for a red here, and McGill stepped
74.
in. He hadn't polyed the ball, you know, for 48 minutes playing time until he knocked that in. So this is terrific stuff from him.
He looks very calm, doesn't he? Looks very composed,
81.
focused. And he's shown a lot of wonderful temperament here as well. Great response here, Anthony McGill. Be great to see this red go in and make a century.
Not to be, but a very
McGill,
satisfying
81 on the
break.
frame.
That's his highest break since frame 4. An 81 from Anthony McGill, staying with Shaun Murphy. The final level again at 5 each. Quick fire stuff
Frame 11,
this evening, around about
Anthony
20
McGill
minutes
to
for
break.
the first 2 frames have been shared, so 5 all. Best of 9 now, effectively, in this British Open final. It's been a terrific week. It's building to fascinating climax now. Of course, for McGill, the tournament actually began in June. He had to play in the qualifying round. Murphy's match as a member of the top 16 held over until this week. Beat Dylan Emery 4-3, McGill, back in June. You know, it could have been all very different, couldn't it? Had he lost that decider, it would have been. But here he is, really standing up to it as well. You know, Murphy on a charge, winning 3 frames very comfortably. First chance McGill gets in frame 10, he makes 81.
Yeah, nicely
One.
picked out. Beautiful pot. Just didn't put enough pace on the cue ball. Now, does he take the brown into the right centre? Maybe with a lot of pace, screwing off a couple of cushions. He certainly does. Look at this for this. Look at this for a shot. And that's the way he's been playing all week. He's not going to hold back.
5.
That's the way he plays. No. Well, he missed one with the rest.
Shaun Murphy.
Call
5.
the police. Yeah, because when he won the Masters in January, he didn't miss a single pot, did he, with the rest? But he's missed that one. Be so disappointed there, hadn't he, McGill? What an opportunity.
One.
Another excellent pot. A little bit too far to be comfortable for this blue. Could play it. See the red that's close to the right hand side cushion. If he was just playing it just top spin on this blue, that red is sort of in the way.
Yellow ball. Three.
Yeah, nicely played. Played on 2 reds, the one, the bottom of the pack, and of course this one.
4.
Doesn't have to go into the pack of reds if he doesn't want to. He can play on that loose red at the bottom, but he's got a lovely angle on the blue. He's going to play for the loose red. Finish nice and low maybe, and when potting this red could bring another
9.
red or 2 into the open.
Ten. $16. 17. 24. 25.
Well, this could be the key shot coming up here. Lots of top spin, bit of left hand side into the pack of reds. It's not bad. It's not bad. He'll settle for that.
32.
Gotta just be careful with this red down the cushion. It's anything with pace and it's missable. If he plays it almost that weight. He played it nicely. Yeah, see, even at that pace, if it hits the near jaw, it's going to wriggle in. But if he plays any harder, he would have missed that. Oh, wow.
Shaun Murphy,
There's a few
33.
of those now that have happened. He's missed the black in the last frame. He's missed that black there.
That one was unexpected, though, as you say. Had to take real care with the red. Opened other reds up, giving himself a good chance, but back in his seat.
One.
McGill missed quite a straightforward red earlier in the frame, but here we go. Can he counter-attack in this one? He's got a real feeling of tension in the air. I think because the match is really proceeding at pace now, and it feels like you've really got to make the most of a chance when you get it. Well, he's such a margin for error there. What a terrible mistake to kiss that red. Could have gone wide of that red by maybe an inch or 2 inches. He's still on this red into the right corner, but it should have been so much easier. Retrieved the situation nicely. Well played.
9. $11.
Yeah, just would have loved that cue ball to travel just another 2 or 3 inches further down the table and made this red unmissable. Yeah, needs to get top side of that blue. Needs to travel. It's a little bit straight, but shouldn't be a problem. Just drop the blue in and play for that red just to the left of the pink. Could leave an angle. Potting this blue on the next red. May be possible to disturb the bunch of reds. Be a bit risky. But it may just play for black here and just try and get a nice angle on the black.
$18.
Oh, it's just ran on a little bit too far. Very good. Had to dig into the cue ball,
25.
bite into it and create that angle. Only one red has popped out, and I'm not quite sure whether there's another red available in that little triumvirate under the pink. So maybe there is. There, you can see from that angle that red may be open just beneath the pink, so that'd be okay.
26.
Yeah, so it doesn't need to split them up here. He can play on that red, and maybe in turn that may open the bottom red of the two into the left corner. So it's an important shot, this. Get nice position. That's okay. He's on the red.
33. $34.
Well, he's worked out this puzzle very nicely. Now everything's on. Miss Black from Murphy really did come out of nowhere, didn't it? But there had been a couple of errors, having said that prior to that. It's a nervy evening. This is the big session of the week, isn't it? This is where it's all going to be decided. There's a lot on the line.
$41.
And this man's not going away, Ken.
Yeah.
No, and that's what is making these breaks so much more important.
It really is commendable stuff from Anthony McGill. Had to face a barrage for a few frames from his opponent, but one chance in each frame, and he stepped up to the mark. And it just shows his own confidence, his temperament, and how he's feeling. A real signal to his opponent that he miss against me and I'm going to score. $12 points ahead, so yellow, green and brown will be enough. And you cannot, at this level, no matter who you were, you cannot be missing blacks off the spot. It was a black off the spot in the previous frame, another black 52. Off the spot in this frame. And it's proven very costly because of what this man at the table has done. Excellent stuff from Anthony McGill here.
Yeah, and he's taking them quickly. You know, he looks confident as well, just looking at McGill here. That's the thing with long matches. You know, you can have a bad spell. You can have a bad few frames, and there's time to recover.
59.
So that was frame ball. Yeah, Murphy had potted that red to the other corner and then just overcut the black. It's been very, very costly.
70.
McGill once again has stepped up here. He made 81 in the last frame. He's cleared up with 77 in this one. Anthony McGill once again showing his determination, his tenacity. He's back in front at 6-5. So Anthony McGill has won the last two frames already at the frame before the final interval of this British Open final. Average frame time tonight just 11 minutes. McGill with that 77 after the missed black off the spot from Shaun Murphy. Murphy's been excellent all week at imposing himself on his opponents, but he's struggling to do that to Anthony McGill. Average shot time tonight both under 20 seconds.
Just having a look at the pack of reds there. He plays down the left-hand side here. Is there a red that's going to go close to this right corner pocket? A bit short with the cue ball. Can he take this red on? Miss the black and reds and get through the gap? He certainly can. He certainly needs a kiss on the green. Oh, he's unlucky.
One.
He's unlucky there. It was a good pot. just nestle up behind the brown. Lots of loose reds available, so
Brown ball.
got to try and get it tight. Almost touching would be ideal.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
It's okay. A little bit of a gap there, so we could play off one cushion, but because there's so many loose reds available, got to be careful here, Anthony McGill.
Foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy, 4.
Very short pace now. Is there a red available into this left corner? Shaun coming around to have a look. No, doesn't look like it there. So, probably go back.
Yeah.
Colin Humphries in charge here. He has a rather niche superstition, Colin. He's a big Everton fan, so when he sets the table up, he always puts the blue on its spot first. Not sure what good that's done Everton, to be honest.
Thank you.
Very risky to take anything on there, so there is a red. It's potable into the right corner, but too risky. Run back the balk would be more prudent, but that is a little bit loose. Nowhere near the ball cushion. Peter Repton, his coach up there in the gallery, I'm sure if he saw that, he wouldn't be happy with that particular shot. But still, a lot of traffic down the right-hand side of the table as we look. Plays left of the pink. There's got to be some shot to get the right connection. Finding a pathway back to the balk area. So what's he going to play here? Is he having a look at a possibility of a pot? One of the reds left of the pink. Try and screw it through the gap. That's the red he's looking at, into this corner. Wow. Oh, nearly fluked it. Hold on. Has he left it? He has. Ooh. Well, where that cue ball is finished, as we see this attempt again. A long way away, nearly fluked the red. Cue ball in and out of ball, but it's come to rest right beside the yellow. Now, can he get enough of the cue ball? Be able to pot it and get out on a ball colour.
One.
That's not too bad. That's about the best he could have done.
3. Four.
Nicely controlled. As you can see there now, does the pink go on its spot? You would hope not. Let it be covered and maybe go on the black spot. That would certainly help Shaun in this case, particularly with the black being tied up. Well, there's the spot. You see it, so it is covered. So it'll go on the black spot when potted. Yeah, well, he's contemplating and maybe trying to disturb those reds beneath the pink, but I'm not quite sure it would be the right shot.
Ten. $11.
Just overhit that a little because it doesn't help the blue not being on its spot, of course. It would have been a lot simpler to be on it if it was. Cue ball's just travelled on here.
Green ball.
Hence the
Shaun
snooker
Murphy,
instead.
11.
Yeah, the pink he played, he just took a long time to contemplate exactly what he was going to do next, and he probably confused himself a little bit, left himself an awkward red into the right centre, and then overhit the red and out of position. Chance missed. You can see there he is feeling a little bit of tension for all the snooker and the wonderful snooker that he has played, but it's just a few errors have crept in. It has unnerved him a little bit. He's going to get another chance here. The snooker was probably the correct shot in the end. It was afforded him another wonderful chance here.
One. Seven.
Yeah, another opening. Looked like he was starting to take control of the final, even though he was only one ahead at 5-4. He'd won 3 on the spin, all decisively. But McGill
8.
seized on a couple of openings, so now it's Murphy looking to hit back.
$14. 15.
Once
Shaun
again,
Murphy,
these
15.
misses are just creeping into his game from nowhere. 2 blacks and now pink
15.
off the black spot. Has he left anything? No. Been fortunate.
Well, he was fortunate not to leave McGill one on, but he must be concerned about some of the balls he's missing. Black off the spot in the last frame, pink there, having already been in the frame. All about the cue ball here because he's open, balls up, he's got the white nail to the cushion. Pink and black in play now, so next one in could well be the frame winner. Murphy 31 in front. The points difference might not make that much difference. Doesn't want this in. Oh, wow.
Foul. Anthony McGill, 4.
So McGill does get a chance at the red near to right corner. Cue ball just kept on running here.
Foul. One.
Beautifully controlled.
Seven.
Well, it's not beyond them to win the frame from this position. Well, few difficult reds to negotiate, but he'll clear up these open reds first,
8.
you would feel. Get the points on the board. Can go about tackling these reds are towards that right hand side cushion. A little bit short of pace.
15.
Could have done with bouncing that cue ball off that cushion a little bit more for the red into the right centre or red into the right corner pocket.
$16.
Yeah, and it's okay. Cheltenham crowd have been fantastic all week. Another crowd in tonight. And they've been treated to really some excellent snooker.
20.
The last 5 frames, 78, 112, 78, 81, 77. Now the breaks, the standard has been excellent.
21.
4 centuries in the match already. This frame itself could prove to be very pivotal. Oh, the speed of the
28.
cloth and that little bit of left hand side just off the 2 cushions. Just watch it here, just spin. Just travelled too far for that red, and that was a mistake. End the break maybe, unless he finds a double from somewhere, but it would be very risky. I think a safety shot back to ball can wait for a better chance. Chance missed though.
Anthony McGill.
Yeah,
28.
so in this pre-interval frame, 1 point in it. They've both had openings. A few errors have crept in amongst the good stuff. He's quite fearful of playing a containing safety shot. What I mean is leaving the cue ball down behind the black somewhere on this top cushion for fear of leaving a possibility of a pot. He's contemplating taking one of these reds on. Very risky. Decided to try and play the safety shot, but it was always difficult to get all the way back into the baulk area, and he's come up short. Well, that was so close. When he hit that, he must have thought it was in, because have a look at this again. It was so close. Nice smile.
One.
So, Shaun Murphy, relieved to be back in. Can he, though, continue here, level up once again? Missed a couple tonight, hasn't he, unexpectedly?
Four.
Well, he's left himself mid-distance range pot. A little tester, this one. Yeah, no problem.
Five.
Nicely in. The heart of the pocket. And that'll make him feel a bit better. Missed 3 glaring pots. 2 blacks off the spot. Pink off the black spot in this frame. Needs
11.
to win this frame just to steady the ship a little bit. Pot a red like this, very
19.
similarly earlier on in this frame, and then miss the black. Once again, you can't play this with too much pace, just drop it in. Careful of that blue. Yeah, nicely played. Yes, and with the lead he's got, he won't need the blue, which is safe. Well, it's just bubbling up to be some finish this evening.
27.
The yellow, and it should be 6-all.
29.
It's been fascinating viewing. There's been some errors, yes, that's added to the intrigue. There's been some terrific snooker played as well. Anthony McGill refusing to wilt, Shaun Murphy having to stand tall, and the whole final coming down to a best of 7. Yeah, it's been a wonderful session of snooker. It's had everything. Oh, it's beautifully poised. And he'll be
relieved in a way, Shaun Murphy, going into the interval back on parity terms.
36.
As McGill had a good chance in this to take a 2-frame lead, but great snooker from both players, and it's shaping up lovely. Sunday night is snooker night, and we've got plenty more to come. They resumed 4 frames all. They go to the final interval of the British Open final, all square once again at 6 all.
Anthony McGill, considering his form coming into this tournament, would be the most surprising winner of this season so far. But when you know his class and ability, you're not that surprised.
Terrific pot.
1.
He would have known the collision was on, so that makes it an even more impressive pot, and he can just about clip the black in. Just concerned about the yellow. You want to pot this as thin as you can. On the red, not ideally.
8. Nine. $16.
Yeah, it's end of break, but the intent was good. Taking on that tricky black, trying to make something happen.
Anthony McGill, 16.
And the safety that followed was typically astute.
I think Stephen's absolutely right. Just waiting on someone to get the grip of this final. It's about 3 things really: physical, mental and technical. This game, 2 out of 3 isn't going to get it done. It's the mental battle, I think, is the most important one tonight, because the other 2, no problem for this pair.
The one thing with McGill, he is not suffering from imposter syndrome. He believes he should be here. He's got every right to be here based on his ability and the way he plays this game.
Lovely hush, isn't it? So many people in the auditorium of a huge final. Yeah, now the red's on, but similar earlier in the frame. Red that Anthony potted to that pocket. How does Shaun avoid collision? Main thing, get the pot. Yeah, he avoided it through missing it thin, didn't he?
That's the 24th pot that Shaun Murphy has missed today.
One.
You were mentioning, Alan, the fact he's technically very capable. Struck that one so sweetly.
Yeah, and that crucial mental side, he appears to have come out firing, Anthony. I mean, all day long he hasn't looked remotely fazed about the occasion, and that's to his credit.
5.
So one good shot here, nicely on the black.
Six. $13. $14.
Yeah, quite a tricky positional shot, that last one. He had to err on the low side. So, this is tricky. Fabulous shot, that's brilliant. And I also like the pace that he's played these last few shots. There have been no hesitation, which
21.
he could be forgiven for if that were the case. It's very positive.
22.
Can't overstate
29.
what McGill is playing for this evening. A fortune, basically. £100,000 first prize. Massive. He's also playing for a spot in the Champion of Champions. If he wins this event, he'll be 7th on the one-year list, so his spot in the World Grand Prix will be booked, signed, sealed and delivered, and maybe even into the Players' Championship, more than likely.
$37. 38. $45.
When he drove down to Cheltenham, a long drive from Scotland, he was the world number 57. If he wins tonight, he'll be up to number 34. And all of those relegation worries will ease away. They'll be a thing of the past.
$46. $51.
And these are the kind of frame balls you like.
52. $59.
It won't be
60.
lost on Shaun how positive Anthony has been in this visit. You'll have noted it. It's almost the way he's taking these is something of a statement. We're now into
65.
trophy time. Again, Anthony doesn't look remotely phased.
66.
You know, there's a phrase on the snooker tour,
73.
the rankings don't lie. Well, when Anthony was 57th, they did. It was a whopper.
Anthony McGill, 73, and the frame.
Not going to be a whopping break, but 73 more than sufficient for Anthony McGill to again move in front at 7-6. What a start to this concluding decisive mini-session
Frame 14.
for Anthony McGill.
Shaun Murphy to break.
7-6 ahead. 3 more to not just revitalise his career, but mould it in a glorious fashion.
just checking here in case there's a 3-ball plant. The left corner. Yeah, nothing doing. For good reason, taking his time. This is a right old puzzler, this one. There's clearly no obvious return to balk. And laying the cue ball down this end, it must be tight to the cushion to make it difficult for Shaun. It's understandable that players take their time in this kind of position. With the standard of the game these days, we know the consequences. More often than not, if you make a mistake, leave an easy starter.
Yeah, if all the reds were clustered together still, there would be less jeopardy, but they're nicely open already.
Yeah, he couldn't make any sort of aggressive play, so he kind of knew that he was going to leave Shaun something.
One. Green ball.
Yeah, it's just going to be the hamper queuing then. Just
Shaun
overcooked
Murphy,
the cue ball
ball.
a fraction. But he's still in control. More than in control, actually. This is quite a nasty one. Just He's checking Anthony. He might be thinking cushion first, the red on the right by his cue. What am I going to leave if I go cushion first and leave the cue ball just where his cue is on the cushion? Now he's just had an idea of going cushion, end cushion first and resting on the red. Does he leave that one to middle? He's learned under the tutelage of John Higgins, so that's why you get the long study. But it's side cush first. Very good. Very good indeed. That's all he could do.
A very different frame to most of them this evening. Coming up to 9 minutes of play, one red left. Or one red potted, I should say. Both players acutely aware the first mistake could be costly. Or indeed the first slice of inspiration.
It's proper snooker, this. Punch and counter punch and... Great defensive endeavour, both players.
Yeah, Murphy not readily associated with stout defence, but in this frame, you can't fault him so far.
Yes, Anthony, top of the table, a complete miss hit, and he's half gotten away with it. There is still one for Shaun. great pot, but the blue that he's certainly going to be taking on is either going to be awkward over the other red or a long bridge. Under normal circumstances, with the red not there, the blue you can call it in before he plays it almost, but this is going to be difficult with pressure.
Blue ball.
It's the long bridge. It was missable that way. It was missable.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
The black, as you can see, most certainly available.
One. Eight. Nine.
Yeah, the pink is plan B. Also tricky, rather like the blue that Shaun missed before. Oh, wow.
Anthony McGill, 9.
So close. Did it dip in at the last half a roll? We'll never know, but whew, that might be a big moment.
1. Eight. 9.
Shaun is going to need those two reds together, so expect him to play a little nestle cannon on them here and now. Decided not to, didn't have to. Sometimes players want
16.
to build their break and get the arm going before they take any risk.
17.
There's a compelling argument to say this is one of the most, if not the most important visit for Murphy of the entire contest.
$23. 24.
Yeah, he's just checking his numbers. He now knows that he needs the two of them, and he's having
30.
a look at them. The only possible
31.
stumbling block, the fact that he didn't play earlier when he was guaranteed to be in one. Now he's not guaranteed. It's okay.
38. 39. 45. 46.
'As he walked around the table there, just double-checked the scores.
53.
He needs this red and any high-value colour.
54.
And Alan, this has been well-crafted, well thought out.
Yep, there's frame ball. Yeah, absolutely felt it was one of those, as you said, it was
61.
perhaps the most important visit so far. I agree. But he's done what players of this standard, I suppose, are supposed to do.
62.
He was under a bit of pressure to do it, so every credit. 7-all inbound.
$68. 69.
And now for my next trick. In and out of balk. Topping it between yellow-brown. There you go. Spin. Release. Dead easy. Great shot.
76.
Well, you're saying that for my next trick. He is the magician, after all.
Shaun
but
Murphy,
that trick
76
went
on the frame.
a little wrong. Never mind. Shaun Murphy did what he wanted to do most, which was to get back onto level terms again. In fact, for the fourth time in the match, 7-7. Former Women's World Champion Mink Nutcherit. They're not thinking about that now, though. They are thinking about one thing alone, the Clive Everton Trophy.
Needs cover. Doesn't get it. So, first half chance.
1.
Just trying to ascertain whether the red will go past the black when it goes on its spot. What do you think? Deciding to not take the risk because he has an alternative. Sod's law, and it would go.
8.
But he couldn't take the risk.
Nine. $14. 15.
Yeah, there'll be no attempt to split them. Let's get low of straight in the next red, the one loose one. It's played to perfection.
22.
Oh, and so was that. Great shot.
23.
Going into the bunch, McGill today has been on the money every time. That, though, was not on the money.
30.
Yeah, it was also awkward bridging without making excuses. Look at the red on the right wing there. As a, we'll maybe get a chance to see it. But here's another key shot. Yeah, that last shot, that he just had to shorten.
Anthony
Remember,
McGill,
Shaun had to play one lengthening his bridge. Anthony was a wee bit cramped up. There was a red just behind his left wrist there. He didn't accelerate properly through the shot. Still should have got on the red. It does cause a problem.
What?
Yeah, there it is there, that red. It was just irritating him. Good pot though, meanwhile, for Shaun to get about his work.
Six. Seven.
He's okay.
14. 15. $22. 23.
He was saying earlier this week he watched this British Open when he was
28.
a child entranced with snooker.
29.
Said he would love to put it on his CV. And if he does, it would be
34.
quite something. It would mean 13 ranking titles, as I said before, from 13 different world ranking events. He's never won the same ranking event twice.
35. $41. Thank you. 42. 49. 50. 57. 58.
Yeah, his cue ball in this effort has been terrific. So nice and straight on the red. Leave nothing to chance. There you are, 34 in front. Okay, colour in addition.
64.
This is, if it's going to go wrong, it would be here, but don't expect it to.
65. 72.
I want to see this disappear, because if it doesn't, Anthony will come back. Well played. Oh, it turned out, didn't it?
Shaun
It
Murphy.
just turned out
72.
at the very end. Even although there was a bit of pace on it, I'm certain it did. Either way, 2 snookers.
And let's not forget, late in his semi-final against that great tactician Mark Selby, Selby got 3 snookers and almost pinched an unbelievable frame.
$8. McGill. 8.
In a roundabout way, he's got one. Wasn't part of the plan. I mean, might be an easy swear, but an easy hit, one would imagine.
Very good indeed. Knows the geometry of a snooker table exceedingly well, does McGill. And he doesn't want to repeat, Murphy, of that mentally draining frame against Selby last evening.
And this one's missable, similar to the last escape. There's plenty of room round the back of it. Yeah, well done. Such a good shot, honestly. Cue ball right of the brown spot, yellow just left of the blue spot and the pink spot. Textbook shot. Great vision.
Well, I'm sitting next to Angles. That man is Angles the sequel.
Yeah, he knows the drill, don't worry. Yeah, and this is a puzzler again here because golden rule number 1 here with a 7-point buffer for a tie: do not, under any circumstances, play a shot that can foul the black ball. It's easier said than done. He's got to err on perhaps the right side of the yellow as we're looking at this. Good hit, good shot.
But it's only bought him a stay of execution. He's going to be back in trouble again. That's why he's smiling. He knows exactly where the white's going to end up here.
You can bet Anthony will be looking to get the yellow in bulk just behind one of the bulk colours. Ah!
Two.
What a shame.
He could stand there all night and not do that at that angle. That was so unlucky. A fluke that was unlucky.
One of your shots, Phil.
Anthony McGill, 2.
Murphy, sensible to be circumspect. really good etiquette, that, from Anthony McGill. Many would have conceded there, but he knows better than that.
3.
All doubt about a gripping frame removed.
12. $18.
Momentum shifts once more. That was an exhibition shot, but this is deadly serious match play, and for the second time today, Shaun Murphy edges in front.
Off we go then. Frame 16.
Alan, not his most effective safety, that.
No, he tried to check it behind green, much too thin. There's some traffic on the way back up table with the cue ball, so the pot all important. Yeah,
What?
Coolly done.
Yeah, he didn't want to partially tie up the blue, but at least that kiss kept the cue ball in mid-table.
Green ball.
Yeah, it might not be a bad thing overcooking that, because the red by the blue can now be
4.
dispatched, and that would tidy things up. Still got to pot it though.
Five.
Yeah, lovely.
$12. $13.
Frames are paramount.
20.
Points don't make prizes. Murphy comprehensively outscoring McGill in the match. He's put together over 200 more points. He's only got one frame to show for it. One frame lead, that is.
21. Give me a second, please, Shaun.
You might have heard Colin Humphries there say, give me a second, Shaun. The reason for that, the referee has to take his time and work out exactly where the pink must go. It won't go on its own spot, and so it needs to go as close to the black spot as possible in a direct line. And that, obviously, Alan, takes a a while to work out.
Yeah, it's important also because, you know, for example, if it
Thank you.
to one side of the red, which
27.
obviously is slightly to the left as we see it, the pink may be on. Shaun just checking it. So, yeah, as you say, it's important for Colin Humphreys to get it
It's gone. It's gone.
in the exact place required.
$28.
So it is on. Does he choose some pace? You would think so. Spread a few. Yeah, just a nestle pace. So he couldn't risk losing the cue ball.
Give me a second, please, Shaun.
And the pink might snooker him here. It's gone wrong. It's going to go below the touching the cue ball to the left, and it's end a break, I'm afraid.
You could see on his expression the moment it dawned on him what had happened.
$34.
It's one of those things that rarely happens, if ever. You know, the players don't understandably even think that it is on the cards, but it has happened this time, so it'll be a
Shaun Murphy.
great relief
34.
to Anthony, because Shaun was just getting up ahead of steam.
Last time we saw the two players tickling the cue ball into the pack, it was a re-rack. This one will not be. Murphy's got no incentive for that to happen, being 34 ahead. Fortunate there, Alan, where the cue ball has come to rest.
Yeah, very much so. Keep Shaun on the back foot for now. Now then, a shot that under normal circumstances you would expect Anthony to certainly take the red on. Just remains to be seen Does he try to hedge his bets with the cue ball? Yeah, he did. In a way, I suppose he just kind of used the natural contour of the shot to cover the red with the pink. Does offer Shaun a double. It's close. Oh.
When you've got to propel a red quite some distance into a cushion to pull off a double, they are the most difficult, and he almost made a really good job of that. When you're trailing, that's how you want the reds.
Is he considering a cross double to right middle? Yes, he is. He's playing it with just a hint of check side to check the cue ball back up towards the yellow. What a shot. Brilliant. Great vision.
One.
And he appears to be straight enough, or does he on the yellow to get down? Yeah, he is. It's quite good.
A middle distance pressure shot, but no one is better equipped to knock in this kind of red than him.
Four.
That cue action, arrow straight, and the epitome of dependable.
$11. $12.
Murphy was in originally. Surrendered position, but you can't imagine he will do it again.
$17. 18. $24. 25.
So frame ball
32.
shouldn't obviously be a problem. And you have to admire this from Shaun.
33.
It's been terrific. He may not be in the realm of O'Sullivan, Williams, Higgins, Selby's, but he's never been one to back away from a challenge. And he's met this head on tonight because Anthony, for large parts of this final, has had him bang under pressure.
41.
And what he's doing, he's displaying the supreme mental resilience of the man who's in his corner these days, Peter Ebdon.
46. 47.
It's the first time someone's had a two-frame cushion since McGill led 4-2 this afternoon.
53. 54.
'I mentioned the four greats. It's no slight on Shaun whatsoever. One thing I would say, though,
60.
seems to me that he's playing the best snooker of his career in a lot of ways.
61.
So perhaps the best is yet to come. He's been fabulous tonight, as Shaun.
64. 66. 'Shaun Murphy, 66 in the frame.
Shaun Murphy takes route 66 to frame 16. Can he get to the trophy? Welcome back to the Centaur in Cheltenham.
Frame 17.
A wonderful week of snooker is winding down, but there's still some big unfinished business. A potential 3 frames left. The man breaking off, Anthony McGill, has to win them all.
One.
Not going away.
Eight. 9.
'Oh, he's fine. Great shot. Well played. I think at the moment as well, Anthony will be of the mindset that his arm will feel quite
16.
loose, actually, because he knows that to win 3 frames in a row against Shaun, you know, it's not going to be in dribs and drabs. He's got to go for it.
17.
Now, if you could just kind of summon up the mindset of, remember that semi-final, the other semi-final, O'Sullivan and Selby at the Crucible, Mark leading 16-14, and you can be sure Ronnie would have sat in his chair and thought, right, okay, let's just forget everything that's happened all week. got to play 3 of the frames of my life.
19. $20. 27. 28.
Always handy to have a red in bulk for the contingency when you drop slightly incorrectly on the blue.
$33. 34.
Okay, twice across, cue ball just below the middle pocket. Just the one lone red in the middle of the table. Don't want to land on that. Nicely played.
36. $37.
Well, multiple shots now. There's been some kind of insect on Anthony
43.
McGill's waistcoat. He's not aware of it. It's not distracting him in any way. There you can see it.
Anthony McGill, 43.
And now you wonder, will there be a sting in the tail of this frame?
One.
Yeah, not the desired contact. Still has the
8.
red to far corner. The good news, there's not mountains of pressure on it. Guaranteed position. So the pot, all important. No problem. Great shot.
9.
Queuing down on the white there, always easy to impart a little unwanted side spin. Murphy did not. He struck it superbly. And now McGill very thankful for the 2 reds close to that right-hand side cushion.
16. 17. 24. Touch and ball. 25.
They're such an inviting target. Off this shot, the 2 under his cue there. It's a bit unfortunate, actually. Could have been better.
32.
But still
33.
okay, and those 2 reds will keep for now. The one down this end is not that difficult to get in behind. Not with Shaun's skills. Deciding to try and remove it. Well done. Just not quite getting the desired, or the dream
39.
connection on them, so work to do.
Yeah, this little dink back into the middle pocket is very missable. Didn't try and do too much with the cue ball. You can see the steel in his eyes. He wants to win this at this visit.
Yeah, so the brown might actually,
46.
I don't know about help him, but he's going to try and get the half ball green to attack the red. Got to run.
47.
It's a bit straight for comfort. But the yellow, it's possible that he could get deep on the cue ball, possibly promote the red cushion first he's looking for. Yeah. Obviously tried to get right in behind it.
49.
So Anthony will get back to the table.
Shaun Murphy, 49.
It is not a frame and match winning visit, but it's transformed this frame.
Foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy, 6.
Ooh. Shaun just checking, is the red cuttable?
Back up. Can you bring it up, please,
Knows
Julie?
the answer, so at least Anthony will get a second bite at the cherry, literally almost at the red.
Calling him for his receiving guidance from his marker, Julian Bell, as to where the balls were.
Have you got it?
Julian recently refereed an epic at Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters final
You
with
haven't got-
Neil
you haven't
Robertson.
got it now?
Won 10-9 against Ronnie O'Sullivan.
No.
Every snooker final these days seems to be an epic.
Do you think the pink and the red are okay? Doesn't look like he's got it. That's just what's there now, I think.
Yeah, the cue ball was more to the left
Is it?
than he had it a second ago.
I don't think has he got it. Is that it? So we'll have to do this ourselves. Over there, yeah. Is it close enough, do you think? Because it's a the white's at both of them. Yeah. Was the pink on the spot? I thought it was, so it's the red. Yeah. Yeah, let me mark it.
Yeah, the pink was on its spot, so just has to go back towards Anthony's chair if you like, just half a ball. Tad more.
So I marked it there, you see.
Yeah, that's not bad. The key thing is, and that's pretty good, the key thing is that when Anthony plays...
A little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, it's fractionally, I think it's back towards Anthony as we see him. Just a tad. But the key thing is that when Anthony plays the escape, he'll have the exact same feeling
You okay with that, Shaun?
that he did the last time, and Shaun knows that.
Sorry? So do you think he should move slightly? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the red's good. Yeah, it was important, wasn't it, to get it as it was, and that's pretty good.
A very well-handled situation by the referee, I thought.
Yeah. Good hit. But here's the chance for Shaun to perhaps get the title won.
20 years ago, he became world champion. Knocking in reds like this for fun. These normally is bread and butter.
Yeah, he pured it. Can't see him make any mistake from here.
$18 in front on the colours, so he needs just yellow and green
6.
to leave the valiant McGill requiring a snooker.
8. $15.
It doesn't always work out like this, Alan, but the best player in the tournament as a whole is about to become champion.
Yeah,
20.
good to see Anthony McGill back in the big time, but Shaun Murphy is big time. Fabulous performance.
26. 26 for the match.
Peter
Shaun
Ebdon,
Murphy.
the first.
Thank
to applaud. The latest trick of snooker's magician is to make a 2-year world ranking title drought disappear. The last time he was in the winner's circle was the Championship League in the summer of 2023.
Shaun Murphy.